Good morning, everybody. My name is Mel Barrett, and welcome to Something's Off, a true crimey podcast where we question the F out of everything. And today we are going live, kind of, for day 18 of Lindsay CLANCY. I'm planning to spend the whole court day with you, so we'll see what happens. They've already had some tech difficulties in court. I know that for sure. And we're going to talk about it all, and we're going to jump into court here after we play our song. Good morning, everybody. I am Mel Barrett.
I'm Rebecca Lavoie, allegedly. I'm Smile.
Happy Monday, everybody. I am Mel Barrett.
I'm Rebecca Lavoie. Happy gay summer, Mel.
Happy hump day, everybody. I am Mel Barrett.
I'm not humping anybody. I'm Rebecca Lavoie.
Happy Saturday, everybody. I am Mel Barrett.
Oh, no.
I'm Rebecca Lavoie, and my mic is muted.
Good morning, everybody. I am Mel Barrett.
I'm Rebecca Lavoie, and that's Briscoe.
And welcome to Something's Off, a true crime podcast where we swat the haters aside with our astute takes and humor and joy. And
the joylessness
I don't give
of those
a
people.
Blah.
Hags.
You hear it first in the break in the story. One little crack and the whole thing gets wary. A witness swears but the timeline bends. A smile too smooth and the trail just ends. Mel Barrett says, hold up, look again. Rebecca Lavoie follows every thread. If it feels too neat, then it's not the truth. There's a shadow line running through the room. Something's off, something's off. You can feel it in the bones. Something's off, something's off. When the facts won't come home. Something's off, something's off. And the case won't stay in place. Something's off. We're the ones who chase.
We're gonna go members only.
Yeah, we're the ones who chase. Wait, did that witness just blink 3 times? Something's off. Something's off.
Something's off, and it seems like it's probably the tech in the court. That's all I know this morning. Right off the top, Finny, thank you for becoming a new member. Big Earn. Thanks for becoming a new member. Appreciate you. Jessica says, Mel, I'm so looking forward to your coverage today. Thank you for all the time you have given to us during the trial. I think of it as a two-way street, Jessica. Y'all are here. You're listening. You're watching. You're engaging. We're talking about women's mental health. And that's the point of this. And I just appreciate y'all being here so much. Court just started. So we're only probably 15 minutes behind court. And there's Resnick is the first defense witness up. Mel, your hair is on point. Thanks, Rosie. I thought for a second you were non-confrontational, who usually gives me a letter grade on my hair every day. So thank you. I appreciate that. It's still a little bit wild. We're dealing with some humidity here. Emily says, it was a painful 5 minutes. I watched it on Melanie's channel. Poor guy. The tech was awful. Hi, Mel. I'm sorry I haven't been able to watch the trial. It just triggers me, but I had to stop by and say hello. Hello, Legal Tubes. I'm glad you're here. Just so everybody knows, if you're new here, we're calling it our trauma-free trial recap. Today, we're going to be trauma-free, but live. But I'm a little bit behind so that I can stop when something gets, basically I stay away from the coverage of the heinous, horrible, horrific things that happen to the children. We focus mostly on the insanity defense and Lindsay CLANCY's state of mind at the moment that this horrible act happened. So we try desperately not to talk about the children. I know a lot of you are interested in what's going on. You want to follow the case, but hearing about these horrific events that happen is really traumatic. So again, I'm really just trying to stay away from that. We're focusing on women's mental health here and postpartum baby blues, depression, and psychosis. So let's see. We got everybody here. True crime fan, excited to go get to watch this live with y'all. It's going to be kind of live. Let me get it up here for you. And as always, please don't forget to like this video on the way in and on the way out. It helps us with the algorithm. Kevin Reddington in a tan suit today. The courtroom is packed, and there was also the meeting of the women and men outside wearing all pink in support of women's mental health and Lindsay Clancy. I want to be clear from what I've seen, they're not there to cheer on what Lindsay Clancy did, which she has admitted to. They are there to support Lindsay Clancy's battle and everything that she went through after giving birth to her third child, Callan. And they're there to support her defense team, which I say team, and I mean Reddington and his son, Pat. Okay, so, this is great to know, Mima, so I can be aware of this. Mima says, I had to leave Melanie this morning. The itch face, the ADA was talking about the 911 call. So when we get there, I will probably skip through it so you guys don't have to be traumatized like the jury is and everyone in the courtroom. Joanna says, yes, I just thought the clapping and cheering her on as she entered yesterday was messed up too much. I understand. I know this should be like a somber event, but this woman has also been through a lot, and she has suffered greatly at the hands of medical malpractice, in my opinion. And as a result of me being misdiagnosed and being shoved a ton of drugs and reaching out for help and not getting help where she should have gotten help, she had a psychotic break and she unalived her own children. That is horrific. And I think that it's okay to make her, to help her understand that there is support out there for her and that people hear her. And I think that that's probably what they're doing. I don't know for sure because I'm not there. But anyway. Okay, here we go. We're going to get into it just so we can catch up. The judge just gave the instructions to the jury. I hear that yesterday they had to, the reason why it was so late yesterday is because they had to do a voir dire of the jury. Because I don't know, maybe somebody's talking, not really sure, but from the rumors that I've been hearing, they dismissed 3 jurors. So I think we're down to 15. So here we go. Let's listen to what happens. This is Resnick who's first up. While we are waiting, let me do this while we're waiting. Okay. A couple of tips came in this morning that I wanted to address. Thank you so much to Bruce. You're lovely. Thank you, Bruce, for the $10 tip. And Christy, thank you for the $20 tip. Good luck at regionals. Thank you. I have regionals for this weekend for tennis, and I'm very excited. I'm very sore right now, though. All right, here we go.
Would you please raise your right hand, sir?
Oh, buddy.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Oh, he's on mute.
I think there's volume.
Here,
Okay.
you on your end, if you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him again?
Yes, please.
The defendant at the bar shall be.
I do.
Thank you.
I am here, able to hear you now.
Doctor, will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir?
Good morning, Tall Red. Let's get through.
Forensic psychiatrist.
And
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
So this is really interesting to me because this guy determines, he's a forensic psychiatrist. He's going to determine whether the cocktail of drugs that Lindsay Clancy was given could have caused psychosis, I assume. Forensic psychiatry, so interesting to me. Melanie Little said they didn't dismiss any jurors. As I said, I haven't verified it. These are the rumors I've been hearing. Verify, trust, but verify on your own, please. Yes. So the other thing that we've been hearing rumor wise is that Dr. S, and I can't think of what her name is right now. Somebody tell me in the chat. There was a witness who is not allowed to testify now because of some of the comments she made on Facebook. And I agree, Mima. She's another mental health provider that failed the Lindsay Clancy family. Another itch face. Okay.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released
Hey,
from
Steph.
the hospital and
Hey,
you're
Tara.
at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night.
Why would they object to that? It's the truth, and that's why he's on Zoom. I mean, these people, frickin' frack over here.
And
Starting
there was
early.
a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Professional background, please.
Okay, we're gonna.
In soccer, I
Let's see counsel here at the side, please.
Yeah. So it seems to me like his Zoom is acting crazy. Judge is gonna probably dismiss the jury, try to figure this shit out.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a short break and have people who know more about this.
Yeah. Okay. So dealing with the tech issues. This is why I was like, I should start at like 10:30. This is never going to be on time, which is fine because then we can talk. Yeah, I've decided I'm calling them frickin' frack legal tubes because that's the way they act. And D Cool says he is very clearly one of the oldest men alive. He gets to stay home. I agree. Hiya Chan. Oh my God, made it to my first live watching while grooming dogs at work. I love that. I love you guys. Whew, sometimes you guys do the Lord's work. I'm going to keep the trial on over here in the background for myself. Let me see if I can make it smaller. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Hello, everybody. Do we get K-Red's hot IT guy? I haven't seen him yet. I'm assuming he's there. They made a little joke at the end of court yesterday where the judge was like, so you definitely don't want me in charge of your Zoom then? Is that what you're saying? And K-Red was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Judge, you don't know what you're doing. Oh, Els the Elder. Thank you for the 200 joules. Sunshine. I have no idea. I really wish I could see these things. I'm sure it pops up in your chat on the tubes of you, but I don't get to see them. So I'm glad everybody else does. Let's see. Oh my God. Tara, Bo Peep and her sister wife were caught on video by someone in the courtroom, and it was on TikTok, and her sister wife was over there snickering. So unprofessional. Ew. That's what, I mean, so apropos, right? These people. I expect the worst out of these two. They're getting angrier as the trial goes on, which to me means that they are losing. They're losers, guy. They're losers. And I think that they're probably paying attention to everything that's going on the interwebs because, you know, after that mortal sin comment, they got angrier and angrier and angrier. And I can only assume it's because everybody was tearing them apart on the worldwide interweb. Yesterday, when I was talking with Rebecca, when Rebecca was on with me, we were talking, you know, I've made this comment throughout this entire trial. I think from opening that it feels to me like the prosecution is trying to throw this case. Now, all the lawyers out there are like, absolutely not, 100% no way. Peter Tragos, if he gets asked that question, he just goes, no, that's not true. No, that's not what they're doing. I'm sorry. Like, the mortal sin comment, she knew better. She knew better. So what was her motivation in asking the question? She had to also know that she was going to alienate a good portion of the jury who are probably Catholic. I think it was Sue O'Connell. Friggin' Sue. I think Sue O'Connell, she was on Commonwealth Confidential, I think it's called, which is a news program in Mass. And she said that Plymouth is, I think, 40% Catholic. So Plymouth County is 40% Catholic. And you're telling me that these prosecutors didn't know they were going to lose possibly 40% of the jury by doing that? It was a no-win question for them. A no-win question. So what are they doing? For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, let me see if I can pull it up for you. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on a second. Go to the tubes of you. And switch my accounts. Am I on the right channel here? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to go back and revisit this because to me, it looked like they were throwing the case, throwing it because they know they're losing. Like I said, they lose this guy. All right, let's look at long crime. Okay, let's watch this. So just to keep in mind, for those of you who don't know, this is Patrick Clancy's mother who is on the stand as a witness for the defense, keep in mind. And this is what Bo Peep does.
The holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving things were better?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Now, during the holidays, you, in fact, took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
Okay. And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Was that at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great.
Yes.
And that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Council, could I see you over here?
That's awful. That's still, every time I watch it, the first time I watched it, I just completely, I gasped out loud. I'm not Catholic. I am not religious. And that was offensive to me because a religion is a deeply personal thing. It's a belief. It's sometimes how you live your life. It's using one's religion against them. And she knew better. So a few people in the chat, said, well, first of all, D Cool said it was a wild question for about 38 reasons, but one of them being Miss Clancy isn't a religious professional. Cardinal sins aren't her experience. You got to ask Father Bob that question, that kind of question. Hashtag free Father Bob. And then Ofo Show said, is the even bigger risk losing the non-Catholics on the jury? I mean, that's the thing. If I'm on the jury, I'm not a practicing Catholic. I'm not a Catholic person. I wasn't raised Catholic. If she says this comment, I'm like, why are we bringing religion into this? This is so gross. And this has nothing to do with science and facts and this case. I mean, and the sad, like, look how sad this woman is, like having to think about it, you know? I mean, but then also there's so many things like, I don't want to drill into religion, but like, if she's going to bring that up, then she shouldn't be standing in this courtroom because, you know, I don't know if she's wearing a pantsuit this day, but sometimes in certain passages, you know, women aren't allowed to wear pants. Or if anybody had a ham sandwich for lunch, that goes against it. If you ate shellfish, if you had some lobster, if you had a lobster roll for lunch, you should be stoned, like shit like that. I'm paraphrasing. So what are we doing here? This isn't just a state, like a Commonwealth law. This isn't a legal statute in the Commonwealth. This is a federal thing. You can't do this to witnesses in any legal proceeding. You're not allowed to do what she did, and she knows it. It's lawyering 101. Sam, I tend to agree with this as well, which it makes it even more cringy because she definitely should have known better, and she's definitely showing her hand, and she's definitely feeling like she's losing this case. Sam says it almost felt like she was angry at Patrick's mom for supporting Lindsay. Maybe asked it to punish her, like, how can you support this woman who committed a mortal sin? Yeah. I think they're very angry at folks who they think should be on their side. The loud paper turn is genuinely the most annoying, unnecessary thing. She's doing the Helena Rafferty, though. You know. I can't believe how respectful and patient all the defense witnesses are with the prosecutors. Yeah, Lady Harlot said this. You know, it's different. It's very different from what we saw in the Karen Reed case. We knew. And I just want to, somebody the other day, like, people try to correct me on legal stuff. And of course they should if they know what they're talking about. When I say a hostile witness, I understand there's a legal framework for an actual hostile witness. We were talking about Kelly Dever. Kelly Dever was just being a hostile human being. She was hostile to the defense in Karen Reed. Jen McCabe was hostile to the defense. Brian Albert, everybody, all the people who of that, like that, you know, the Haas defendants, the McAlberts, anybody who was on the stand and was being cross-examined by the defense. That's why we have an entire members only show called Cross Roast, because the cross-examinations in Karen Reed and 1 and 2 were so cringeworthy because it was so obvious the defense was trying to hem up the defense. I mean, not the defense, sorry. The prosecution's witnesses, the Haas defendants, the McAlberts, the Ham defendants, they were trying to hem up the defense. They were trying to argue. They were trying to prove a point. They were trying to not have to answer questions. And they come off as hostile. Now, of course, no one held them in contempt. No one chastised them, especially not Judge Bev. She only chastised 2 people that I can remember. One of them was Kelly Dever, and one of them was Michael Proctor. And that's because they were being snarky on the stand. And because Michael Proctor, tried to spell out CUNT instead of saying the word that he actually used out of his own, messages. And so it's refreshing, and it gives even more credence, I think, to the defense in the Lindsay Clancy case, when the witnesses who are taking the stand should hate Lindsay Clancy, but obviously don't. And if they did, they would be more hostile to Kevin Reddington, and they're not. And they're not being hostile to the prosecutors either. They're just there to answer questions and to make sure that their experiences and what they witnessed is put on record to save this woman, basically. And so I think it's very telling that these people could be really hostile, and they're not. They're not, because they believe that Lindsay Clancy was mistreated and was over-medicated, and it caused her to unalive her children. And they know that. They'll nod. So Miss Clancy, when she gets off the stand, she nods at Lindsay on the way out. And it's just, that moment just broke my heart. These beautiful, wonderful women who, let's not forget, Lindsay Clancy and her mother-in-law were both labor and delivery nurses. Her mother did it for her mother-in-law did it for 30 plus years. Lindsay was a labor and delivery nurse. Some of the people who have taken the stand, labor and delivery nurses. Everybody tells us Lindsay Clancy loved those kids, and she thought it was abhorrent for a parent to hurt their children. And she tried to get the help that she needed, and they failed her. The system failed her, and that's why we're here. Lady Harlot says, okay, but I feel like the church was beautiful is just something you say because you can't admit you were making your grocery list in your head, but maybe that's me. Yeah, I mean, I think she's probably quoting from the record somewhere. So, yes, I mean, this 100% OFO show, I completely agree with you, and this is where I took offense to it as well. As a non-religious person, I find it offensive to ascribe religious morals to the law. Yeah, that's the whole point of it. You cannot do that. Because first of all, you don't know what religion everyone else in the courtroom is. You don't know what the judge's religion is. You don't know what the defense attorney's religion is. You don't know what the juror's religion is. To ascribe one particular religion to shame a grandmother who lost her three grandchildren is just despicable behavior. It's disgusting. Okay, Rage Knitter, this is a great point. I think she believes she could steal the jury against any insanity defense. No forgiveness for murder. As a recovering Catholic, this is a big deal. Tell me why it's a big deal to you. I'd like to understand more. Mary says, I am Catholic and it was so offensive. Leave religion out of it. Absolutely. D-Cool said, I'm not religious. If I was on the jury, I would have, like I did the first time I saw this clip, say Jesus Christ out loud. Exactly. It's more than offensive. It's absolutely not allowed. Yes, agreed. What happened to church and state? Another normal mom says. I learned that in school, or did I make it up? It just feels like it's made up. Sometimes, some days, these days, it feels like it's made up. I understand, but it's supposed to be that way. And Legal Tubes, you're absolutely right. Forgiveness is part of most religions. I mean, so that was my point. Like, what did she get? You could pull so many things from the Bible that say, like, again, if you eat shellfish, you should be put to death, right? I mean, obviously paraphrasing. I'm probably even making shit up. But my point is that depending on if you're looking at the Old Testament, the New Testament, the rules change. If a man sleeps with another man's wife, he should be stoned. Like, all those things, you could cherry pick those. But you could also cherry pick the part where it says God forgives you. And in the Catholic religion, as I understand it, when you confess to your sins, you do penance and you are forgiven. So what is she doing? What is she doing? The YouTubery, Mel, thank you so much for covering this the way you do. There's a lot of it that a lot of us simply find to be too much. Just thank you. Well, thank you, YouTubery. Thank you so much for being here and for engaging in the parts that you can. For show, I would love to hear the sidebar. I hope somebody gets the sidebars after this case because I think they're probably fiery. Hostile, host defendants. Hey, Jeff. I like Jeff. It was the judge. So Kevin Reddington, I don't know if he in real time objected when this happened, but the judge beat everybody to it. And from what I've heard, the judge is also Catholic. I forget who looked it up. It was either Melanie Little, somebody. But the judge went to Catholic high school. He then went to undergrad at Notre Dame. And he took extreme offense to the Father Bob situation. That was another. I'm like, why are these prosecutors like pinpointing Catholicism? That's what it feels like to me. They were all pissed off that Father Bob went back there to talk to Lindsay. They got all pissed off that Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law is a practicing Catholic who should know better. It's just so gross. But yeah, it was the judge who called them up to sidebar. Ofashow says, makes me curious what victim impact statements might sound like in this case. I think a lot of people would be asking for mercy for Lindsay Clancy. I think this is what it would come down to. A very quiet and weary objection from Kevin Reddington. Yeah. Hello, Klutz. For those of you who don't know, that was a mispronunciation, and we call our chat. Sometimes we call our chat. We're not naming our chat, but we do have merch that says Klutz on it. If you're gonna kid gloves any witness, it's the grieving grandma, D. Cool says. Abso-frickin-lutely. I know. This was another gross one. All of the testimony, all of the cross-examination of Mrs. Clancy, Patrick's mom, was just so gross to me. It was so cringy. Jen WH says, I found it disgusting when the CW was trying to drive a wedge between Lindsay and her mother-in-law by reading texts where Lindsay said they aren't close, that the kids don't sleep over there, etc. It's just they're grasping at straws and they're hurting people in the process, and I hate it. All right, let me look through the chat a little bit here. Good morning, Amy. Glad you're here. Pretty sure I heard Reddington objecting when she was stumbling over the word mortal. I'm sure you did. I mean, I don't know if Kevin Reddington is a religious man or not, but I don't know if he's Catholic or not, but I think he knows the law really well. So Father Bob out here absolving people of their sins, not allowed according to the Commonwealth. It's so weird. So friggin' weird. So friggin' weird. Okay. We are still on break. They are really struggling with these tech issues in this court. I feel like Zoom is just sort of a thing we all do these days. So I don't understand why it's such a big deal. But let's listen to a little bit more of after the sidebar. Let's listen to see how Bo Peep changes, if her demeanor changes at all. I haven't gone back to watch this, so I'm interested to hear what y'all think. But let's watch the rest of this testimony from a few days ago.
Where Mrs. Clancy.
Okay, so they go to sidebar.
Any reason or any purpose. Okay.
And then the judge, the audio was cut off in real time, but the judge instructs the jury that they are to disregard that last question and answer and just it's stricken from the record and don't even bother with it, which I'm sorry, you can't put that toothpaste back into the tube. You know what I mean? You can kind of like squeeze it and let go and suck some of it back in. But there it is going to, I think it was Judge Erskine who said you can release a skunk into the jury and take the skunk out of the jury, but you can't tell them to not pay attention to the smell. And that to me was, the best way to put that. Let me see if I can find Judge Erskine's breakdown on this moment. Let's see. Carol Erskine. She's a retired judge. You might have seen her on, what's the name of the show? I can't even think of it right now. Justice Served. Justice Served. That's what it is. Okay. Let me pull this up on the screen for y'all before we continue on with that. So Carol Erskine. Oh, wait. Just kidding. We're back in court. We are back in court. I'll come back to it. All right, I'm going to put this on mute while the jury comes in, and I'm going to read this to you. Come on. Okay, I'll do this really quickly if I can. And we'll add it to the stage. Okay, I'm sure you guys can't see this very well, but it says, okay, this is Judge Curler, or retired Judge Carol Erskine. I'm not sure how my original post, blah, blah, blah. In all my years as a lawyer and a judge, this was one of the most egregious lines of questioning I've ever heard in a courtroom. In the Clancy trial, the prosecutor asked Susan Clancy if she was active in the Catholic Church and then asked, quote, "So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin," end quote. Massachusetts Guide to Evidence S610 could not be clearer. Quote, "Evidence of a witness's religious beliefs or opinions is not admissible to attack or support the witness's credibility," end quote. How can a prosecutor not know this? There is a reason for that rule. A witness's religion has absolutely no bearing on whether the witness is telling the truth. By invoking this witness's religion and connecting it directly to murder and mortal sin, the prosecutor injected religion into the jury's assessment of her testimony where it simply did not belong. The judge appropriately sustained the objection and instructed the jury to disregard it. But some bells cannot easily be unrung. As the old courtroom metaphor goes, quote, "If you throw a skunk into the jury box, you can't instruct the jury not to smell it," end quote. This leaves a serious question. Why would a prosecutor knowingly elicit testimony about a witness's religious beliefs in direct contravention of an established evidentiary rule? My question exactly, Judge Erskine, and I'm going to say it again. I think it's because they're trying to throw this case. All right, let's get back to court. I'm going to take it off mute. Lindsay has seemed a little bit more
Doctor, can you hear me?
alive and active this week. I don't know if you all have noticed
Excellent.
it.
Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
So his name is PHILLIPRESNICK.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas. And then I came back to University Hospital for Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
This is so difficult. Sorry, guys. It's important, though.
I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon that occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in
Okay, I just have to pause for a second. Jeffrey Dahmer, the Unabomber, Casey Anthony, Andrea Yates, Aurora has all entered the chat. Holy shit, this guy's experienced. I recognize him, but I didn't realize that he was the guy who worked on all those cases. Andrea Yates is the one that I think is most important from his experience, possibly Casey Anthony. But Andrea Yates' case is the one that's most similar to Lindsay Clancy's case. So, okay, back to it.
In addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information. And I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not, as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted,
Okay.
yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in
Love
this
you
case,
too, Luna. Thank you.
both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports,
Extensive police reports, yes.
grand jury testimony,
Yes,
photographs,
yes,
videos,
yes,
medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital.
Gelada.
yes,
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
yes. I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helburn, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
Objection.
The results showed no evidence
Hold on.
faking.
Hold on.
Is it a sidebar? Why is it a sidebar? Oof. Sidebar. Don't know why. Okay. Kelly, thank you so much. This is such a generous, lovely, amazing tip that you just sent me for $40. Thank you so much, Mel, for covering this case the way you do. It's heavy, but so important. Also loved your work on Pamela Smart. Thank you so much, Kelly. Kelly also was kind enough. She was in court the other day, and she was kind enough to sort of tell us what happened while she was in court. So I just want to bring that up really quick. I'm not frozen for you guys, am I? Okay. I know. Resnick, tell us your opinion on Tufts and Gelada. All right, let's see if I have time to tell you some of this stuff before they come back. Where did it go? Okay. All right, so Kelly tells us, I'm going to go over. So the first thing she told us about when she was in court, this was one of the days that Dr. Zeisel was testifying. Kelly said that Dr. Zeisel came out on the break and was talking with Bob Motta. She and Bob Motta were talking. He said he asked Reddington to not put him in the spotlight. He said it wasn't a good look for him. However, someone from the media asked a question, so he gave the answer. He did, but it wasn't Lindsay specific. This was the the press conference that they did outside of Lindsay's hospital, and the prosecution tried to make it seem like he was a bad faith actor because of that, which of course Zeisel was able to tell the jury that he was not speaking about Lindsay specifically. I thought that was a pretty strong moment for the defense. Kelly says that Zeisel also said the best thing that can happen, this was a couple of days ago, is when I hear the prosecution say, quote, no further questions, end quote. He said he was nervous on the stand, but that Kelly and Bob assured him that he did a great job. And I'm glad you guys did that because he deserves it. He cares for Lindsay, and he's done a lot of work to try to figure out what happened with her. And I think it's always, a shitty situation when the prosecution is trying to I know it's their job, and defense attorneys do it too. They have to tear apart the witness. They have to impeach them. They have to make them look not credible to the jury. But I think Zeisel held his own. Apparently, Zeisel had a sense of humor. He talked about a state trooper from Kentucky turning his life around that he helped. He said, quote, he's a good trooper, not like these fucking mass state troopers, end quote. His experience just blows me away. When he was deployed to help during the war, he never lost a veteran to suicide. Wow. His experience working with veterans who had just suffered extremely traumatic events during the war And, Zizelle being the one to jump in immediately afterward and assess them is such a huge responsibility. And I know he takes care. Okay, we're back on. I'll get to more of these observations in a moment.
Okay, Doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
In summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Important.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Mm.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
Faking symptoms.
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature. Have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984. And over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect.
Mental
Ms.
disease or
Clancy
defect.
had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2.
Thanks,
So in other words,
Mars.
it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of...
I just want to go back a few seconds. I wanted to make sure I heard him correctly. Hold on.
To diagnose a major mental findings of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis...
What did he say? Excuse me. What did he just say? Okay, hold on.
2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor...
Did he say no one failed to diagnose a mental disease on the day of the crime? Am I hearing that right? Did you guys hear that too? I'm sorry, I have to back it up.
A severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that...
No one failed. Yeah, it's the double negative that's getting me, Pammers. Okay, I think this is what he is saying, Ofo Show, but I'm like, I had to think about it. I had to go deep into my brain because it's a double negative. He's saying, Ofo Show says, isn't he saying that all the medical professionals unanimously agree she had a major mental disease? I think that's what he's saying. It is a really weird way to word that. Okay, let's keep going.
Of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum
Oh,
psychosis?
wait. Luna, I think, is right. I think Luna is right. From reading the reports, no one failed, but that's not his opinion. I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So everybody in the medical, all these people, Tufts, Gelada, Letitia Dukes, I know I'm forgetting some, Goodhart, everybody failed to say that she was suffering from a mental disease at that moment. He does not agree with that opinion. Okay, I think that's right. We'll see.
Doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors how that, I'm sorry, can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis.
There it is.
It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is a classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was.
He said it like 5 times.
Onset, and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
Whoa.
Doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression.
Typical, right? You don't want to tell everybody what's going on with you, but you do tell your closest friends, or some people do. Some people don't even tell their mother, siblings, husband, wife, whatever. Lindsay was masking for the people who weren't closest to her, which is incredibly typical. I just wanted to, there were a couple of couple of things that, a couple of comments that I wanted to touch on. I'm still confused about what he said, but based on him basically saying she was suffering from a postpartum psychosis break on the day that this happened, and he said it like 4 or 5 times. I think that what he was actually saying, well, there's 2 things that he could have been saying. He could have been saying that the doctors failed to diagnose her, or he's saying the double negative, meaning they all diagnosed her. I don't know. But he's telling the jury that she had a psychotic break. So here we go.
I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her body. Wow. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Whoa. Sidebar on that one. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone was pulling the strings, is what he just said. Wow. Okay. Let's get back to some of, while we're on sidebar, where did it go? The email. Wait, I have to hit play because we're taking a sidebar. Okay. Kelly also made some juror observations while in the courtroom. Kelly tells me only 4 jurors were taking notes during Zeisel's testimony, not furiously, though. There were 2 younger people on the jury that didn't write notes but paid great attention to what Reddington was saying. All of them kind of sat back and looked around during the evil twins cross. What impressed me most was out of the 4 always writing, 2 were men. The jurors definitely pay more attention to Reddington. Interesting. And Kelly got to meet Rosemary Scapicchio, Kevin Reddington, his son Patrick, and Dr. Zeisel. This I found interesting. So the church lady, this is the, we heard this testimony yesterday. the chaplain who met with Lindsay over 200 times, the very soft-spoken, very sweet woman who is a chaplain at Tewksbury Hospital. Kelly says,
give you
oh, hold
an
on.
instruction at this point. I'm going to go into this also a little bit
Instruction?
later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you were not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements. All right. The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay?
Right.
Go ahead, Mr. Riggs.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
He's so good.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law.
There it is.
On the day that she took the lives of her children.
There it is.
And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And
Awful.
For example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you talked, Doctor. You can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories. And I want to look at how Ms. Clancy to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children. And she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was so.
Wow. I just got chills. Lindsay, and probably the fact that she was unsuccessful in unaliving herself is the actual torture, because it seems like she believed that she had to take out all four, herself and the three children, so that they would all be in heaven together so that she could continue to care for them in heaven. That is tragic and horrific, and I feel so bad for this woman.
So distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other four types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those two both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other three.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other three, the captions of them.
The other three which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall.
Okay. Sorry.
Child is a burden, and they kill the child.
Okay. Child is a burden, shaken baby syndrome.
So much that they're willing to sacrifice the child.
Skip through a little bit of this, guys.
In fact, she planned to have
I think we get the idea.
A fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply.
He's saying those three categories, those horrific things we just heard, do not apply to Lindsay Clancy. And if you'll remember, she wrote in her diary that she even wanted to have a fourth child. But she was just struggling. And I think Lindsay's struggle was that she was desperately trying to be a good mother. And if the drugs or the bipolar or the postpartum was making her feel like a bad mother, that is what she was struggling with the most and failing her children. So he's saying the other categories don't apply to Lindsay. The first one that we heard, which was the one where Lindsay felt that if she unalived her children and herself, that they would be safe in heaven and she would be able to take care of them in heaven. That, I believe, is probably the strongest description of what Lindsay Clancy's was going through in her mind at the moment she did this. And I think that is hopefully very clear to the jury as well.
There, if I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Miss Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acute.
Hold on, I just want to make sure that we don't get anything weird. Also, I cannot, throughout this whole testimony, I feel already nervous about how awkward and uncomfortable frickin' Frack's cross is going to be. It's going to be ugly. And I'm preparing myself. I'm like girding my loins.
Acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most.
You think?
And she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children. And that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency.
Yep.
She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area.
If she even entered a mental hospital, her children would be taken away. That was her belief, and he's saying that was irrational. I don't know if that was irrational, but
In which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum after the child is born that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a matter
No,
of
you
fact.
can't.
Oh,
Yeah.
he said, yeah. Objection sustained, and Resnick was like, yep, and the jury heard it. Wow.
You can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, let's see, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the.
Okay, I just want to, he's breaking up. He's saying there's evidence of Lindsay's suicidality and she is never allowed to be alone, is what I think he's going to say.
Presence of a staff member.
Yeah.
Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present.
There you go.
So her ability to take her life in view of her crisis and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Mm. Wow.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to...
Sorry, Doc. You got to answer some questions from the DA. Frickin' frack over here. Got to get it going. Legal Tube says, agree, Mel. I'm preparing myself to say F you, frickin' frack under my breath. No, say that with your whole chest, Legal Tube. Say it out loud. Say it with your whole chest, lady.
Because I'm looking at... Yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
I may.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Oh, God, the echo.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
What? Are you
Yes,
kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is how we're starting here? Okay, let me back it up.
Taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these.
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
Do they really think that the jury gives a fuck about what they're talking about right now? I think the jury probably knows pretty well that, because we've been watching it for 18 days, like what witnesses can do, what they can't do, and the best way to not like incite surprises or whatever it might be. Jen WH, I think this one is frack and Bo Peep is frick. We'll just go with that.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not a psychiatrist.
Wait, what?
Now,
he said, no, that's not correct.
a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
Oh, Christ.
That's correct.
And in fact,
Child
most women
abuse.
who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers.
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Are you trying to say that Lindsay Clancy doesn't have significant emotional devastation after unaliving her own children? Are you really going here right now?
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of family murder, child murder by parents. In the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parents' depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and
Oh
exposure
my
to things that were
God. Oh my God. This is the biggest stretch I have ever seen. She's literally, okay, if y'all remember, she went through the 7,000 page reports from Tewksbury Hospital about what Lindsay Clancy was doing, and they cherry picked all the days of the anniversary of either one of the child's birthdays or the death day and what Lindsay was doing on those days. And it's like she was wheeling herself down the hall in her wheelchair. She had a cup of coffee. She was playing dominoes with fellow inmates or fellow whatever, I don't know, patients. She watched TV. Her mother joined her and they had lunch. This is what she's going with here, you guys. The yellow band. Yes, Mouse Brenda. Come on.
that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
How about
Things like-
when a parent is heavily medicated on top of that? Do they have a normal reaction on an anniversary day? This fucking fuck off.
Birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
This woman.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points.
That's correct. And that's not how he diagnosed Lindsay. So why it doesn't even make sense what the question you're asking.
To other practitioners, if you quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yeah.
Exactly. You're going to take Andrea Yates' case as your argument here. Andrea Yates' case bolsters what happened to Lindsay Clancy. Are we kidding right now? Because Andrea Yates waited a couple of months after starting to hear the voices before she finally unalived her kids. You're saying that that's opposite of Lindsay? Are we serious? Are we being serious people here right now?
Yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Exactly.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct?
Bullshit.
According to those records?
No.
Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy
No.
had impulses
Has she been in this trial for the past 18 days? Has she been listening to anything that these witnesses are saying? The fuck is wrong with Frack?
To harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she
Thank
was
you.
overwhelmed. Yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And her
then
mother.
never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses so that.
Did this woman not just listen to the testimony about how Lindsay kept certain things from people because of fear of reprisal, because of fear of punishment? Does she not hear herself speaking? Frack, open your ears instead of your mouth hole.
That suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children.
Oh, fuck.
Correct?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well,
exactly.
In the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
Look at Reddington.
That's right. And she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
she
told
did
her,
not acknowledge them.
but what she told her doctors,
to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
Exactly.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
No, it's not better to kill them.
Hold on, Doc.
Wow. Okay, hold on.
Taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
No, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
Dead.
Wow. These women, they ask these questions that are so friggin' offensive and so unethical. Oh.
Question is stricken, that answer is stricken. Okay.
You say that she was very
I don't know if you guys can hear this, but that tapping, it's Reddington drumming his fingers on the desk. I love it.
very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
Ma'am.
You also, in a podcast, entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate.
Yeah,
but if you have the current delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus
Wait.
far.
I want her to say there's no evidence in the record or the testimony so far that Lindsay Clancy's children were evil wizards. I want her to say that so badly, but I don't think she's going to.
That Miss Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed.
Ooh, so
or
close.
That there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a yes or no question, Doctor.
No, that's not. You can't answer it yes
Go
or
ahead,
no.
you can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless.
Yes.
So that was her psychotic distortion,
Yes.
coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
Yeah.
And you believe that that was her psychotic
Good job, Doc.
delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
You don't have a motive. You
There
don't know
was
what
a
the
motive.
motive is.
But that's not what I asked you. I did not ask you about Miss Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
Look at
That's possible,
Reddington.
yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Just say it.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness
I called it.
and participating in a wheelchair marathon.
I called
Are you aware
it.
of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three.
This is what I've been saying about Lindsay Clancy. And the fact that this is what she's already thinking about, I don't know. I feel good about my my prediction here, because what I said about this case is this is one of the biggest tragedies ever. A mother who suffered because of medical malpractice and unfortunately unalived her 3 children could become one of the biggest advocates to help change the mental health system in this country. And I want her to do that. I want that for her, because she could spend the rest of her life doing something good for other women and other mothers. And she is looking for a reason and purpose for the rest of her life. I'm assuming, because she is a Catholic woman, because she is a religious woman, I'm assuming that she thinks that God spared her, even though he didn't spare her children. I'm assuming that she thinks that God spared her. Let's not forget that she coded. Her heart stopped when she got to Brigham and Women's. And because of that, because she was brought back, because she is now in a wheelchair, because all these people are fighting for her, because people are trying to understand her, because her family, her ex-husband and her ex-husband's family are all on her side. I am hoping that the only thing that Lindsay Clancy wants to do moving forward, well, not the only thing, but that her predominant focus moving forward, if she is allowed to stay out of prison, is that she will fight for her children by helping other mothers. I don't know if that's the case. I don't want to assume that that's Lindsay's thought pattern. But since this trial happened, since the beginning of this trial, since before the beginning of this trial, I've been saying redemption and what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. But basically, when you send someone to prison and they turn their lives around, those people can help society. They can uplift society. They can get back out and they can be not the one thing, the worst thing about them is not the rest of their life. They can help people. Recidivism, that's the word I was looking for. I don't believe that Lindsay Clancy is going to go and try to hurt anyone else besides herself, maybe. And I do think that she can be a symbol for what can happen when postpartum depression, psychosis, baby blues, anxiety, over medication, when it is not handled properly, this could be the outcome. Let's not, rehabilitation is the word I was looking for. You're right. Anyway, I think I've said enough. Okay, sorry. Let me go back.
Sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
I agree. This could be the case, Casey, that she could be, because she doesn't want anyone to think that she wants her to kill herself, that she's got to come up with something for the future. I'm hoping that's not the case, and I'm hoping that this has had a profound effect on her that makes her want to change
Doctor,
the
you
system.
mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
What?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months,
what?
I'm not sure was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
Sometimes you can
But
cry yourself
there's
out.
no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Fuck off.
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
It opens up the video.
That's an issue we could talk about over here.
He's absolutely right, Reddington. She just talked about the video. Oh, I love that for them. Let's hope that happens. Meaning the video of Resnick and Lindsay Clancy has not been admitted into evidence, but the prosecutor just introduced it, just opened the door. If y'all remember what happens when you open the door from the Karen Reed trial. And let's watch that moment again. Reddington popped up. I loved it. Okay, here we go.
Video?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. and probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect. I'm sorry.
He said, okay.
And just
Okay.
getting into her affective behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her
Play
affect.
the video.
Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Miss Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depths of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect. Bless you.
Wait, did y'all just hear that?
No.
Hold on. I think that Frick over here said he's not going to give you anything. And then they said, that's all I have. So let's listen again.
Rational.
I have nothing further.
I'm pretty sure that Frick just said you're not going to get anything or he's not going to give you anything, meaning you're not getting anywhere with this guy. You better close it, shut it down. Hold on.
In her case rather than rational.
Oh, maybe she said, am I forgetting anything? I don't know.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect.
Yeah. Oh, show.
Bless you.
No, thank you, doctor.
Oh. Okay. All right, K-Red. He's like, no, I think you did fine. You're good.
All right, so if we could turn
Defense
off
Russ?
that. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Defense Russ here? Is that what's happening? Yeah, he gets a Werther's original for that. Good job. Lindsay Clancy rests her
So-
case.
Members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right, so I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth is offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Okay. Thoughts? I'm seeing that tall red text. I don't like that move from red, meaning that he didn't cross or he didn't redirect Resnick. I don't think the prosecutor got anywhere with her questions. I think he was like, I think I'll leave it right here because there's nothing to clarify. She didn't have any strong points. And the points that she had that got even close to being somewhat relevant, the doctor was like, no, what are you talking about? Are you stupid? No. I'm dreading the prosecution's experts. I am too. I am too. I don't know why. But yeah, let me go back to some of the observations that Kelly had, and Kelly corrected me. I don't know who this person is. I think this is someone you said was sitting with Lindsay's family. That was not the woman. Wait, hold on a sec. Sorry.
Attorney Sprague, does the Commonwealth wish to offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
Commonwealth would call Dr. Abram Mack.
Oh, here comes Frick. April Mack. Is that what they said? All right, we're gonna let this dude come in. I hate that my confirmation bias makes me go, you're an asshole. You would testify for the Commonwealth in this case? That's my confirmation bias. It's bad.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give before
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
All right. I just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Commonwealth.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Avram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Avram is spelled A.
I already don't like him.
Victor, R like Robert, A like
I
Apple.
can't help it.
M
I
like
can't
Mary.
help it. I already don't
And I'm
like
just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
Yeah, he's a thumb. He's a
And
thumb,
so,
you guys.
you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and
I think
adolescent.
I can actually skip through some of his education. We know all about it.
In, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of the difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus LINDSAY CLANCY, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, defense or prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
No overrule.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination. Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you
She doesn't know
these
either,
evaluations
so.
that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them
Hi,
is not
Lady
to provide treatment,
Harlot.
correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to
Okay,
two
no
pieces.
body
Well, actually
shaming.
starts with three. One is, did the person have?
Oh, might have stopped. God, this guy is awful, though. I mean, all physical everything aside, this guy sounds to me like he's waiting to mansplain this woman's mental health to the whole world. And I'm cringing already waiting for it.
A mental disorder at the time of the event. And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yes.
So the first part of this
God, they're
criminal
awkward.
responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Oh, we've been talking about this for 18 days. We've been talking about frickin' frack leading all their witnesses, which they're not allowed to do, and Reddington letting it go most of the time. But now it's where it's important. And he just said objection, leading the witness. Here we go. I want to hear it.
And suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase that.
If you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Yeah, do it.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes, I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal
Fuck
term?
them up, K-Red. Fuck them up.
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for
Okay.
criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is already too good. I thought this was going to be awkward and weird and boring, and it is, but it's almost seems to me like the prosecution's expert witness thinks that Frick is kind of dumb too, and he's not really going along with this. But let's watch what just happened. And then one of my favorite parts is that the judge looks at him like, are you fucking kidding me? Watch this.
the terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility
there.
and you were
Look what. Oh man, Judge Sullivan's cracking me up today. He looks back. Okay, he says, "Wait, was that an answer?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "All right." And he looks back at Frick, and then he goes, "Are you kidding me? Really? Watch."
okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yes.
Watch.
Yeah, all right.
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria.
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition. any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions, but effectively you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brainwaves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
Ooh, this
When
guy.
you're talking about diagnosing an individual,
This guy has his voice goes up at the end of his sentences like this and like this. Like a psychological test. Ugh, I can't with some of these people.
an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition.
Here it comes. Here comes the mansplaining.
Which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders.
Yeah, we know.
These are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event.
Wait, are these
so one
two
of them
flirting?
Is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know that the act was wrong or against the law. And the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
Is anybody else seeing this? Are Frick and Mac, are they flirting? Is that what's going on here?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review by other psychiatrists and psychologists.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th?
3 years
Can you
later.
describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, excuse me, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points, she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair.
No shit,
Generally
dude.
speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
Seriously.
You just asked the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
She should be in jail then.
And
oh my God.
When you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy.
You don't remember that?
In the physical therapy
you just talked to her a few months ago, bro.
She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as I believe both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors,
I see you keep doing
were you able
that.
to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently. And I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Ew,
now, did she describe
gross
to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure of the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
if he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated?
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs.
Oh my God, his lip smacking. Oh my God. Well, at least now we're going to find out what she's been put on since the incident happened. So we're going to understand a little bit more about her meds, which I find interesting. Oh, but I wish he would not smack his lips, and I wish he would stop like doing that.
One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of the Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
Witnesses.
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
How about
I
Wellbutrin? Does
believe-
that ring a bell?
Yes, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
I believe, like, shouldn't he have, he's the expert for the Commonwealth. Shouldn't he know exactly what she's taking? I don't understand, Pimabo. I am with you. No one is claiming permanent psychosis, so what's the point here? They're trying to, I mean, they're going with the theme that they have for the past few days, the prosecution, which is she smiles. She wheels herself around in a wheelchair after 3 years. She eats meals of food with her family. She seems perfectly fine. She is happy that she unalived her children. That's what they're going for. This is the most ludicrous theory. I don't understand these people. I really, really don't. I don't. He should have taken Resnick's class. Yeah, he should have taken Resnick's class. Yes, he should have. I agree with you, Casey. Yeah, if this guy were my doctor, Chris, I completely agree with you, who says, you just know this guy is the most insufferable mansplainer as a doctor and that he talks over patients. Yeah. This guy, if he were my psychiatrist, I'd be like, no, thank you. Can I grab a different number and get the next one, please? No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well,
yes,
remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband.
One Day at a Time said, he's Jessica Hyde, bald. That is chef's kiss perfection. Also, these two, Baldy and Frick, they need to get a room, I think.
Her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis about whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Wow.
Yes, and let me
It's
correct
heavy.
that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium, and that was a short trial.
And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes,
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
she denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes,
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred. And
that's correct.
were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety
There it
sometimes
is.
pushed her to
Casey.
achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
Jesus.
So you were able to have a conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication
No,
After
she
the
had,
birth.
sorry.
after the birth of her second child?
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any
No.
evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022,
No.
there hadn't been.
No adverse events in her life except for giving birth to 3 children. Outside of that, she was, perfectly normal, happy, never had any bad things happen to her.
There was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far
Yes.
as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for.
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022.
No
She
shit.
didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There
Okay.
were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several-week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Be right
Are
back.
you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. but there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that there's some, they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone,
Lorazepam.
and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before,
Is this guy a real
January 24th,
psychiatrist?
it became 20
He
milligrams.
doesn't know how to
but for several
pronounce the
days before
meds.
that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several-month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, certainly can.
Yeah.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall in all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you considered?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior
The
diagnoses.
basis.
I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis,
Oh, geez.
in addition to
There's
the
more.
interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
You didn't.
Fair to say, in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did.
So basically, this guy is acting like all the doctors who were prescribing all the meds to Lindsay, is what you're saying. They're not doing their due diligence. They're not doing their research. They're not getting records. I mean, he's getting records. By records, I mean, he's not talking to her family, her friends, the people who are around her all the time. I'm like, he's only been a doctor for a little bit. Is the jury noticing that he's treating her the same way that the doctors who overprescribed her treated her? Is anyone else seeing this? Is it? It's not.
CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is a major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by.
But you didn't talk to anybody that knew her, like all the other doctors on the defense's side did. Meaning you didn't know that she was hearing voices. You didn't know that she was talking about harming the children. You didn't know that she was reporting suicidal ideation. What? The jury knows this. The jury has to be able to see through this, right?
by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5. For an
Great.
individual.
We have already established after 18 days of this trial that the DSM is kind of shit and that it's the international standard that needs to be paid attention to. The DSM, they mentioned it. I don't know who mentioned it the other day. They said it's a dictionary. You can like look up symptoms and it'll tell you the definition of those symptoms is basically what it is. Or you can look up the definition of those symptoms and find a list of symptoms underneath it. I just am like, what are we doing here? Like the jury has already been told the DSM isn't shit, even though, I mean, I'm saying that basically because that's what some of the experts were, you know, alluding to. Oh, Christ.
Displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, that matched a major depressive episode.
Okay.
Based on the DSM.
You indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from.
The DSM is used for insurance companies. Let's be honest about that. The DSM is looking for the keywords in the reports and in the drop-down menus that the doctors have to click in order to determine if they will pay for something or not. Let's be real clear about it.
The fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if,
Oh
what
my
if, what
God.
if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to make it clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right? What is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state.
Okay, so now, okay. So now you are discounting your own witness. Again, Gelada, who said she was seeing signs of bipolar mania in Lindsay. So now so we're not supposed to pay attention to that expert now? Is that what you're saying? Is that what we're saying here? This expert is now telling us. So Gelada wasn't your expert, your expert witness. She was a witness in this case because she treated Lindsay Clancy. And she testified that Lindsay Clancy had some parts of bipolar and could be bipolar, and that there were manic episodes. And so now your expert is saying that she didn't have mania. None of this makes sense, you guys. Like, are they not looking at the whole of this trial? They just like climbing trees in the forest. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep. And also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable, but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for a major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Bullshit.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some
believe a word this
instances
guy's
that
saying.
would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, state.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that
Guy's a
she
hack.
had linear thinking in
total
one
hack.
direction?
Well,
In my
after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally, after that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct? And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to.
So the interesting thing about this is that this is going to come down to a battle of the experts. And this expert, in my opinion, if I'm on the jury, is a complete douchebag, mansplainer. He's only been practicing for like 10 years, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And on the defense's side, they have an expert who worked on Jeffrey Dahmer, the Unabomber. What were the other ones? Casey Anthony, Andrea Yates, and then we have this guy. Who you going with? Who you going with?
Able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there's a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But
There you
individuals
go.
with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have
So
to do
your
with that
own
particular-
expert is actually telling you the thing you've been trying to get a bunch of witnesses to tell you, that she can go about her daily routine, drive the car, take the kids to the doctor, build a snowman, send pictures to her husband, and then also after that, wheel herself around in a wheelchair, drink a cup of coffee, eat a meal of food with her family. And you can do all of that and still be mentally unwell. Amazing. It only took us 18 days to get here. All the experts agree on this one. Guys, I got to take like a 5 to 10 minute break. I'm going to let this play out. So maybe if you don't want to listen to him, you take a 5 to 10 minute break too. I got to go grab a cup of coffee. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to check on the dog. And I also need to say thank you to Pamela Short, who sent me a $15 tip and said, Mel, taking on the Lord's work, good grief, I need a shower. And this isn't even the really dirty part. Sheesh. Sheesh is right, Pamela Short. Okay. I'm going to play this out. I'm going to take myself off the screen. I'm going to let it keep going. And I will be back in, it's 12:57. I will be back at like 10 past 12. Okay. Thank you all so much. Love you. Please stay with me. Okay. Bye.
Particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with a hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their life.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there are also individuals. Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant, or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of a review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right? Do
Yes.
you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yeah, so an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the is the worst case scenario when you have glucose, poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you consider these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically. As I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, it's fair to say she did identify protective factors.
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay. All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter, and we'll have you back here approximately 2 o'clock. Okay.
All right, wait for your next.
All right. Council, any need to discuss anything before the break? No. All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to pop back on really quickly and let you all know. I put it in the chat, but I wanted to let you all know that I, too, am going to go on a lunch break. I'll be back around 1:45, 10 till 2, because court has a tendency to not start on time, as we all know. Everybody go grab something to eat, get outside, go hug your family, drink some water, drink some liquid IV. I'm not sponsored by Liquid IV, but I wish I was. I love you all very much. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave this running in case anything pops up. But otherwise, I will see you back here at like 10 till 2. Okay? Enjoy your lunch. Bye. Hello, everybody. We are back from lunch. Gotta get caught up on this chat. I'm back from lunch. Court is not back from lunch. Let's see where we are. Court is on lunch back at 2. We'll see about that. I will keep this in my ears so I can make sure that we are on court again. Let's see. Where is everybody? Hey, Jelly Tots. The struggle is teal. Welcome back. Nefarious Shenanigans. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. Heart you back. And Amanda says, I think the prosecution pulled the mortal sin stunt because they are desperate. They are hoping something will hit with at least one juror. Yeah, but if it only hits with one juror, then it's a hung jury, and they don't want that. Welcome back, Tara. Simna, yeah, you're right. We are back now. Okay. Here for the after lunch shenanigans. Hey, Joy. Oh, okay. Let me get some housekeeping out of the way. I got weird text messages. Are you guys getting inundated with all of the spam calls and text messages, or is it just me? Somebody sold my phone number and I am not happy about it. I had to put all my calls on silent because I was getting like, I don't know. Well, I'm getting 30 calls a day, basically, and text messages too. Oh, my hair's being crazy. Okay. Nothing crazy happened at lunch. What are you doing, hair? Hello, everybody. So we have 407 people watching right now. And I know on YouTube that number is lower. So these are mostly coming from the TwitchWat. So if you're on Twitter and you're watching, come on over to YouTube. Give us a like, give us a comment, subscribe. Let's see what our numbers are for subscription. Let's see. Oof, we're so close. 20 more. 20 more. Can we get 20 subscribers before Monday? I mean, that's 3 days. We can do that, right? With 20 more subscribers, Rebecca and I will, and our little channel will hit 11,000 subscribers. So please, this is what I would say to you all. I see so many people in my DMs and on my Facebook and on my Twitter saying, thanks for covering the case. I love it. It's just too hard to watch. So for those of you who are watching and who are comfortable with what we're doing here, please share with your friends. I think it's starting to get to the national news phase. Now that we have groups of people standing outside of the courtroom, the New Yorker, CNN, all these major news outlets are finally covering this case the way that we've been covering it. And we are not going through all the heinous, horrific details about what happened with the children. And that's why we're calling it our trauma-free recaps. Today, we're trauma-free live. I've skipped through a couple of little things that bordered on a little too much, a little traumatic for everybody. But tell your friends to come over. If they're interested in the case, we've got 20 videos, I think, on this case alone, recapping all 18 days of the trial, as well as I did a 3-hour stream called Scapicchio's Papers about the civil case that's happening outside of this criminal case. There's a lot of information over here. And like I said, we try to keep it trauma-free. So tell your friends, tell them to come subscribe, tell them to like the video. And if you're here right now, please come and like the video and become a member, because we do cross roasts on Monday and those are always fun. So I have to tell you guys, I'm a little nervous about this Monday's cross roast. However, cross roast is our members only show that we do. Rebecca and I do it together. And usually I am trying to make her suffer secondhand embarrassment by showing her witness testimony from Karen Reed 1 and 2, usually on the cross. So it's usually Alan Jackson, David Ninetti, something. I go off script every once in a while, but I usually keep it to the 2 trials. And it's usually the McAlberts or something like that. We've done ARCA. I think we did a little bit of, was it La Posada or Marie Russell? Maybe La Posada. Anyway, we have so much fun with it. Rebecca has a little frosé and she gets toasty and she gets out of her like even keeled Rebecca phase stage. But this Monday we're flipping the script. Rebecca is going to try to make me cringe, and I'm probably going to take a gummy, a little weed gummy, because I can't take the weed gummy. I don't drink, so I can't take the gummy and still do all the tech stuff and keep the video moving and doing all that stuff when Rebecca's watching. But I'm going to be watching this time, so I feel free to partake. And then Rebecca's going to try to make me cringe, and I don't know what she has planned. I hear that it's farchado related. Not really sure, but I don't think you guys want to miss it. It's probably going to be messy. Messy as all hell. That's coming up on Monday. The way this is going right now for Lindsay Clancy, this case, it feels to me, so we've got about 2 hours left of court, maybe 2 hours and some change left of court. It feels to me like we're probably only going to get through this witness today because the direct is still happening. And this witness that we're dealing with is, his name is, oh my God, how did I forget his name? Hold on, I'll get it. I forgot his name because he's completely not memorable. Avram Mack. Avram Mack, everybody. He is a forensic psychiatrist, allegedly. And we are still on the direct examination. So he is the Commonwealth's witness. He is their first witness in their rebuttal case. So and from what I've heard, they're bringing on 3 expert witnesses. So to me, for the schedule, what it sounds like is, what's today? Friday. So Friday, we're probably going to get through him. Maybe we might start with the next expert, but maybe not, which means we're going to be going through Monday with expert testimony, and they'll probably have a charge conference, meaning they'll figure out what's going to be on the verdict slip and what the judge's instructions to the jury before it goes to the jury. So I would assume that Monday is going to be taken up with the other 2 witnesses, charge conference, and then Tuesday, I would assume we're going to start with closing arguments. So for right now, Monday, Rebecca and I will do our regular stream, probably 8 a.m., and then we'll do our 5 p.m. cross roast for members only. So become a member if you're not a member. The lowest level is $2.99, and that gets you into the cross roast, and it's a good time. Also, if you feel inclined to send over a tip, YouTube doesn't take 30% from us on the tips, and we work hard, and we're trying to keep the lights on. And you can do that through Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. It's all listed at the top of the screen. There's a handy dandy QR code for the Venmo, and it's also pinned in the chats. Yes, legal tubes, we're still on this douchebag. It's now 2:03. I would hope they would be coming back soon, but this court is notoriously late. So, oh my goodness, it's been a lot. I'm really glad to see that the national news media is finally picking up this case, because thus far they have not. I wanted to, hold on, let me grab my email. I can't wait for the cross of this guy either. I'm very excited about that. I can't wait to see what Reddington's going to do with this very, very awkward man. He's so awkward. And it looks like, okay, so I just have to bring this up. This is outside of Lindsay Clancy, which Jessica Macchiato knows a lot about, because she told everyone she was going to cover the case, and then she showed up for 2 days, and now she's not covering it. So this is Jess Macchiato's adjacent. But Rebecca's starting the Twitter wars over here. She tweeted, why are some YouTubers giving Jess 20% of their YouTube money? Is this the deal with the Machado Network? How do we join? And I have to say, so our source on this, from what Rebecca has posted, is, I believe it's Broken Baker, who would probably have some idea, because he was in that, sort of international sexting relationship with Kim Jong-7. And you guys may not know what I'm talking about. I promise you it's relevant. Oh, man. Anyway, Rebecca tweeted, why are some YouTubers giving Jess 20% of their YouTube money? Is this the deal with the Machado Network? How do we join? And I just want to give props when props are due. And I don't know, maybe this will increase Macchiato's crush for me. But Jess Machado responded. And she said, hold on, I have to put it on the screen. Come on, this is funny. This is funny. All right, stop, share. Jess Machado said, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but she said 20% of D's nuts. That's a solid joke, Jess Machado. That is a solid clapback. 20% of D's nuts. Oh my God. Is she like a 12-year-old boy? I love it. I love it. Great joke. Good job. Golf clap. Golf clap for the farchado. Oh, God. You know, I have to tell you guys, this really bothers me. I heard Jolene talking about this the other day, and I felt pretty angry for her. But because so for those of you who don't know, Jolene Lunzer is a comedian, a stand-up comedian, a YouTube comedian. Her brand is that she kind of goes around roasting everybody and everything. So she does recaps of Big Brother. She roasts everybody on Big Brother. She's done Lauren Matthias. She's done, true crime adjacent kind of stuff. She dipped in to our universe. And by our universe, I mean the Karen Reed adjacent Turtleverse, blah, blah, blah. And she dipped in and she started roasting the behind the scenes drama stuff. And in the roasting, she started roasting Jess Machado. I guess she started watching her 24 on 24 and yep. She started roasting her. So Machado is very angry. She's very angry at Jolene, Judge Jolene, and she sent all of the bunions, all of her bunnyverse after Jolene. But you know what they've done? So, okay, we all understand comedy. We all understand roasting. Rebecca and I do our own show. We call it Cross Roast, where we roast witnesses who are awkward, cringy, and who we think might be lying. And Jolene tweeted something earlier that I wanted to share with y'all because I think it's actually really important. There's a dual purpose. Oh God, now I have to do a Moons and Hammy thing here. Hold on. Oh, where is it? There's a dual purpose to roasting somebody. And that dual purpose, well, A, it's comedy, but B, there's more to it, okay? I don't want to be verified. I don't want to be verified Twitter. Okay, here it is. Let me see if I can find it. So Jolene retweeted the Rogue Mama, and I got to bring it back up on my screen. I'm on two different monitors. It's all over the place. And this is what she had to say, what Rogue Mama had to say, which was, parody and satire are meant to be funny, but they also serve a purpose. They hold up a mirror to hypocrisy, absurdity, and bad behavior, Jess Machado. That's why they sometimes sting. If you recognize yourself in the joke and don't like what you see, getting angry at the person holding the mirror doesn't change the reflection. I mean, can we do some snaps? Speaking truth, speaking power. Love this. It all makes sense, right? We're talking about bad behavior here. And Jess Machado has some of the worst behavior on the tubes of internet, tubes of you. But what she's doing in return, all right, maybe she's not doing it herself, but what her bunions are doing, which is despicable, is she is going after Jolene's husband, who is a brown man. He's also an ICU nurse and he's an American citizen. And Jolene's bunions are trying to get ICE involved and are reporting him to ICE. I'm taking a moment. I'm taking a big old pregnant pause here because that's despicable. Jolene does comedy and she stays in that realm. She stays in those four corners of comedy. She doesn't go outside of it. She doesn't try to weaponize the courts against people. She doesn't try to weaponize ICE against anybody. And unfortunately, what these bitches do is they decide to weaponize the courts. We've seen it. We've seen Lauren Matthias do it. We've seen Meredith O'Neill do it. And we've seen the Bunions do it. We've seen Jess Macchiato do it. We've seen TROs thrown around like friggin' confetti. Because in certain states, like the Commonwealth, you just need, it's ex parte. You can walk in and you can say, this shit is happening to me by this person. I need a temporary restraining order. And they give you one until you can get to court. So Matthias has used that against Christina. Machado has used that against people. And now her little angry bunions are trying to report Jolene Lunzer's husband to ICE. And I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. Does that seem right to you? If not, speak up is all I can say. Comedy is one thing. You can't stop people from saying funny or mean things about you on the internet. And the only way that you can stop them is if they are saying flat out lies about you and you can prove that it's a lie, and that would be defamation. So if you can prove that it's a lie and that they are not just doing commentary, then take them to court. But otherwise, calling DCF, calling ICE, getting, restraining orders like it's a vending machine. It's what are we doing here, guys? Why can't we just laugh? Why can't we do what I just read to you? I'm going to say it again. This is from the Rogue Mama. Parody and satire are meant to be funny, but they also serve a purpose. They hold up a mirror to hypocrisy, absurdity, and bad behavior. That's why they sometimes sting. If you recognize yourself in the joke and don't like what you see, getting angry at the person holding the mirror doesn't change the reflection. This is the internet. We're all aware that we're on the internet, right? Right? And I've been hearing rumors they're going after veterans now. I'm like, wait a minute, isn't this the same woman who tried to raise money for Charlie Kirk, using Charlie Kirk's name, raised money, gave it away to vets, or was supposed to give it away to vets? I don't know. I don't know the whole story, but what I thought I knew was that they supported veterans. I guess not. I don't know. Legal Tube says, I think you're talking about Jolene's husband. He's a humanitarian and a vet who helps people with PTSD, and they doxed him. It was upsetting. Oh, wait, no, you're talking about somebody else. Oh, did you see they go after veterans now? I can't with her after what they did to Hellfish yesterday. This is what I think you're talking about. They were all like, slandering vets. I assume Hellfish is a vet. Jolene's husband is an ICU nurse. And a good person and an American citizen. So they can fuck off with that bullshit. We love roasting Legal Tubes. Yes, we do. Finally, a legit definition of satire. The struggle is teal. Casey said, I've loved Jolene for years and Jess is just icing on the cake. I don't want to turn this into like a Jess Macchiato bashing session. I think I'm blown away by their behavior sometimes. And I guess I shouldn't be because I also am on the internet, but oh, hey, Tammy Tammy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tip, Tammy. Let's see. Tammy tipped us $50 and said to help with the winter dinner this weekend. Good luck. Oh, thanks, Tammy. You're so sweet. I'm actually cooking dinner for some friends tonight. One of my favorite things to do is to cook a dinner for my people. So I'm doing one of the things I love to make for people because it's definitely a comfort food. It's definitely like it's very savory. It's decadent is the word I'm looking for. But I'm making handmade raviolo d'uovo. If you've never had raviolo d'uovo, you're missing out. It's basically handmade. It's a handmade ravioli that's about the size of your face. And on the inside, it's ricotta and Parmesan and egg yolk, like a whole egg yolk. And you make the pasta, you stuff it with the spinach, ricotta, Parmesan, egg yolk, and you boil it for a few minutes. And so that when you cut into it, it's like a 3-minute egg. Oh, mwah. It's gorgeous. And it comes with a sage brown butter sauce on the top. Let me see if I can find you a picture of it. It's one of my favorite things to make for people I love. And it's really, I feel like it's pretty decadent. It's really heavy. So you can only eat one. Sometimes you can't eat the whole thing. It's heavy. D'uovo. I'm spelling it right for sure. Raviolo d'uovo. Oh, I did spell it right. Look at me. Look at me. So this is what it looks like. I gotta find a good picture of it. Hold on. I have a bunch of pictures on my phone. It's so pretty. It makes me so happy to make it for people. Why can't I find it? I need to find a good picture of it. Wait, let me look on my phone. I'm gonna find a picture of it on my phone. Ravioli. I love that you can search your pictures now. I feel like we're in like a new age here. Pasta. There we go. Now come on, photos. I know that there's more in my phone. Cooking. Why can't I find it? Library. Search. You know what? I bet that Lindsay has it on her phone and not on my phone. I don't have it in my phone. That's stupid. Okay, I'll show you what it looks like. I will show you what it looks like on the internet. That's a pretty picture. I don't know if you guys are even interested in this, but I think it's beautiful. And if you want to cook something for somebody that you love, I would suggest this as long as they are open to all the things. It does have like not a raw egg in it, but it has egg in it. So this is pretty much what it looks like. How pretty is that? It's not a great picture, actually. Let me find a different one. It's just, it's one of the first things I ever made for Lindsay. And now I'm making it for my friendos tonight. I made it for the kids. Our kids are really, one of our kids is really adventurous. They're a really adventurous eater. That's a great picture. And she loves this recipe. Oh, quartz back on. How pretty. Isn't that pretty? I'm making that. All right. Quartz back in sesh. Ready for the jury. Ooh, I would love to do a cooking members only. That would be fun. Oh my God. Legal Tuesday said, I'm Italian, speaking my language. You're making me hungry. This is my favorite comment today. Joy. Oh my God, I'm watching this out on my back deck. And I think I'm overhearing my neighbors having some afternoon delight. But then again, they're newlyweds. I love that for them. I love that they're just like letting it flow. They're being loud. Be loud about your love. Kamabo said, I've only had it once, next level special, talking about the ravioli de ovo. Yes, you can search your photos on your iPhone. It's amazing. You just put in like, here, let me put this on silent. You just, when you open up your photos, Tara, there's a search right at the bottom and you can just put in like subject matter. So if you want to look at all the dog photos, if you want to look at, so I put in pasta and I put in cooking. I usually have a lot of photos. I think maybe I transferred some of my photos over to the cloud, but yes, you can search your photos. My tennis tournament is this weekend. It's regionals. Thank you. Thanks so much, Casey. 1 point at a time. I have to recite that sometimes to refocus. No kidding. I had double practice yesterday. I practiced in the morning and then I practiced again last night. And I was literally just saying that to my partner the whole time. Like, okay, guys, 1 point at a time. We got this. You know, like you have to say that. Otherwise, you start thinking about winning or you start thinking about what's coming next and you lose everything. So I know you guys don't care. I went from Karen Reed Turtleverse drama to cooking to tennis. And now we're back in court. So let's do that. That's my brain.
Before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. They are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
Oh, yeah.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection, it's not the thoughts, it's the action.
No, overruled. You can answer.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or
Right.
ideas.
He just
the
corrected the
important part
DA.
I'm trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
If you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Seriously.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports
We've
of it
gone
being
over
a good day,
this so
is that
many
inconsistent or
times.
consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience,
Of 10 years.
do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
It's like he remembered what he was supposed to say.
Just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Here we go.
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can be, it can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Okay.
Going to your conversation with the defendant on about the events of January 24th, 2023, you in your interview with her were able.
Just to reiterate for everybody in the audience, this guy, the only time he's ever met with Lindsay was in April of 2026. This event happened in January of 2023. He did not speak with any of her family or her friends. He only interviewed Lindsay. That is what he is working from. And I think he only did it once. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but that's what he's working from.
Able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story?
Why?
Forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day, but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice
He doesn't believe her.
of a male, and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, "You should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself."
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? You're going to go through this again? Okay. I mean, I have to be very careful here because I do not want to hear the details of this, and neither do you. Let me see.
And then wrap the exercise.
Nope. Okay. We're going to have to pause this for a moment, and we're going to have to wait till she gets through this heinous testimony, which she is wont to do. This is day 18. She's gone over this, a number of times, and she's an asshole. And literally on day 18, they have gotten through the prosecution's case in chief, the defense's case in chief. We are in the rebuttal phase from the prosecution where they are bringing witnesses to the stand. And she is going to detail this out again because the only thing they have going for them, for the prosecution, is to try to get an emotional response from this jury. I'd love to know from all of you in the chat if you think they lost this jury already. And the fact, in my opinion, they've lost the jury. So why continue to re-traumatize everybody? They know they've lost the jury, in my opinion. And All right, I'm going to take this off the screen so that I can figure out where we are. Bear with me for a moment, guys. I just need to be able to listen for a second to see where we are, and then I will get back to you. This is also awful. Okay, we're focusing. I'm going to sort of narrate for you as much as I can. So the prosecution is laying out the exact movements Lindsay made with the children. And the one thing I will say to you that I think is going to be okay to hear is that she said, go to God. Lindsay said, go to God. And they are talking about the command voices still. None of this is helping them. I hope they know that. They might think that they're playing on the emotions of the jury, but what he's telling us that she told him happened is in line with everything that we've heard, and it doesn't appear that she is sane in the moment she's doing this. This is insane. The prosecution, frickin' frack, what they're doing, but what Lindsay's doing, she was not sane at the moment, in my opinion. Okay, let me sorry, I'm just listening. I know this is going to be stilted a little bit, but stick with me, guys, okay? Because I'm going to take you through this without giving you the details of what happened to the children. Okay, we can come back now. She moved quickly past the children, which I think because she's probably starting to realize that this is not helping her case. And the question was, afterward, she then tried to unalive herself. So that's where we're going to pick it up. If anything else happens, I will pull it and we will work through it.
And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay, and as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened
My
as soon
recollection.
as Patrick.
Here's the thing. Here's the other thing I've been thinking about throughout his testimony. All of the other doctors, let's go back to Condi, and then Zizel, and then not La Posada, because La Posada didn't meet her, but Resnick. Those three doctors spent a lot of time with Lindsay. They got to know her. They care for her. Well, at least Zizell does. This guy, he doesn't remember anything. He doesn't know who she is. He doesn't have any care in the world for her. He was simply there to evaluate her with no care. That's the way it's coming off to me. And I just I think the jury will probably be picking up on this, that this guy doesn't seem to, he just seems like kind of like a hack, which is what Bob Motta was saying. Casey says Bob Motta said that this guy is a total hack and doesn't appear to resonate at all with the jury. Thinks K-Shred will jump all over the okay when asked about legal definition. I agree. This guy, excuse me, this guy is totally just a hired gun. He's there to tell the prosecutors what they want to hear, but he's not even fulfilling that obligation, because he's going off script a little bit and catching the prosecutors off guard, and he's not being consistent in his statements, his evaluation. He is saying things like, to my correct recollection, things like that. He doesn't know Lindsay. I don't even think he knows this case. And I can't imagine the jury is like, oh, this guy doesn't, I can imagine the jury is like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's what I'm feeling anyway.
Had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
With a what?
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were...
With a what?
Had been cut.
Yeah.
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as...
Are you guys hearing what I'm hearing? Is he saying the window screen had been cut with a sharp? Is that what he said? A sharp? Sharp? Cut with a sharp?
As the...
I believe there...
What was the question? Hold on.
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
What? I will now be calling knives a sharp, Scream Queen said. But here, did you guys hear the question, though? The question is the interesting part to me.
Screen that was different from what she...
Okay, listen to this.
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
What evidence about the screen did you have that was different from what she reported to you? And he says...
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
What are they talking about? Is she saying that they were like police reports? Is that what she's referencing? And then he says, I believe there was reference to the screen being cut with a sharp. Oh my God. Okay.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
Let's get to the cross-examination. This is ludicrous.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. You recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
What a hack.
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day.
You gotta be kidding me,
fun
dude.
activities around the house that day. Having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that
oh my God,
as
with the
part
lip
of
smacking.
her,
Stop it.
interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's
yes.
okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her
No,
conduct?
this guy is an expert
So I
witness.
again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, There wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity.
What?
But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that,
The voices.
she was aware in those moments beforehand that that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
You're referring to
She didn't plan to
the
be
December
around.
conversation with her husband and her mom.
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that
Yes,
time
I will
period,
put
does
on
that
the
also
CC.
inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable.
Yeah, he's not sure about it.
That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't
This guy's a hack.
undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you
Oh, now she's
that
smacking her lips.
she
Great.
had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and
Normal
the ability
thinking.
to think ahead and to navigate the
Normal
world.
thinking.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment "go to God" is
Oh my God.
a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong,
No.
or
What?
could be construed as wrong.
Oh my God. I'm not frozen. He literally, oh man. We just heard from her chaplain. We heard from forensic psychiatrists, forensic psychologists, that her plan, if she had one, what the voices were telling her was that she needed to unalive her children and then unalive herself so that she could unalive herself. And her thought was that she would be in heaven and could take care of her kids there. Did I miss something? Okay, hold on. Let's just go back a minute here. I got to hear this answer again. Sorry.
And as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Wow, dude.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally,
Wow.
just to go back to the
Finally.
substantial capacity to
Here we
conform
go.
conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that
Think hard.
in the household, she was engaging in this activity methodically.
Oh my God. No, she was
which
not.
highlights
It
to
was
me
frenetic.
that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
Wow.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on, guys. Just hold on for a second. Let me get through this and make sure that it's not gross. Okay, so basically he's like, the unaliving of the kids was methodical, and her attempts at unaliving herself were methodical. Do we remember? Well, maybe I didn't show you guys the pictures on the screen, but I'm sure you've seen them. I'm sure you've heard some of the testimony of what the scene looked like. It was chaos. There was inside human juice everywhere, and by that I mean the red stuff, and all over the place. And the knife was like right next to the cup that said "because children," which was full of the drugs. Her phone was thrown on the bed. She was just wearing her normal clothes. Patrick was only gone for a half an hour. And this guy doesn't know this case. I think that's the biggest problem here, is he doesn't know this case. Okay, back to it.
Possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself, where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts. So it wasn't stated.
Because she wasn't having the thoughts, there was a voice speaking to her, commanding her to do something. Christ.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that were required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Really?
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max CV is the next.
Let's go. Let's go, lesbians.
Mr. Reddington?
Let's go, K-Shred.
Dr. Mack,
Excuse me.
part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might,
You're a psychiatrist.
We're starting right off the bat.
By the district attorney, right?
retained by, yes.
Well, okay, so we're gonna talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
Get him, K-Red, get him.
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under 101 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury
That's what I said.
what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question
What?
and answer the question.
The judge.
can you say the question, please?
The judge is getting involved and yelling at this guy. Oh my God. Hold on. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. Wow.
Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question, please?
Answer the question.
What?
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
The judge just
Ask
went,
the question.
oh my God. To frickin' frack, he just went, stop yourselves. Stop it. Sit down. He answered the question. Oh my God. I got to watch it one more time. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Just so you know, the two old white guys in the room, Reddington and Judge Sullivan, they're pointing. They're like, what did you say? And the judge is like, you look at him. And he's like, this is, mwah. Okay, hold on.
About the education.
Wait, listen. You look over there,
Look at the
and
pointing.
listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question, please?
Answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question,
What did she
answer
tell
the
you?
question, and we'll go from there.
What did
This
she tell you
is
about her education?
amazing.
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high
Everyone's
school
done
and
with this
college,
guy.
and then going
Exactly.
to nursing school.
Okay, where'd she go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through,
Honestly, I think the judge is sitting here going, I kind of agree with the defense. You met with Lindsay. She told you, and that's what you based your expert opinion on. You didn't do any kind of investigation. You didn't talk to any collateral witnesses, meaning her family, Patrick, all these people. You literally met with Lindsay, asked her what happened, and based on that determination, you're saying that she engaged in a criminal act here. I think the judge is like, Commonwealth, what the fuck are we doing? It is day 18. Get your shit together.
Partners Healthcare, I think,
The
at the
fucking
MGH.
lip snacking.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse.
No
and
shit.
she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Because you don't know
Talk
her.
to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues.
you sure didn't.
I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from
One
the
might have
notes
heard of
from
it.
her spouse. It might have heard it from
But let's
the
talk
family
about,
herself.
let's talk about one might have heard it.
One might
Is
have
the
heard
one
it.
you-
Thank you, Kevin.
You're testifying.
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes?
Exactly.
Of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
I think the
Basically,
judge
you
knows
don't
he's a
know,
hack.
is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation
Shred
in her
him.
work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the
Yes or no, sir?
records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes,
And her husband was Patrick, right?
yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the
What?
date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
Wow, dude.
The fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Had one child for, right?
I can't hear you.
Child, the first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you guys a question. When the judge just yelled at the witness in front of the jury, keep that in mind. What do you think? Okay, let's say you're on the jury and you think that Lindsay is guilty. What do you think about what the judge just did? Does that sway the opinion at all? Does that make you go, the judge is kind of being like hard on this guy? Does that mean he's a bad person, a bad witness? What does that mean? I just want your opinion on that.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
How old was
It's a
Dawson
quiz now.
At the time of the incident, as we say.
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
The
I
delivery.
mean the delivery.
That's what he asked you.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Nope.
Sure.
At
that's
some
not what he
point, I think
means.
she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home,
But you don't know.
after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these 2 kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She was living in Weymouth, or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any?
I'm getting the feeling that the Commonwealth could not find an expert, and they got this guy, and he did the very bare minimum. And Reddington is showing the jury that he knows nothing about this woman. He knows nothing about this case. He knows nothing about her personal life. He didn't do anything outside of talking to her, which is not how you figure out what happened as an expert. Resnick talked to her husband, her ex-husband, her family. Condi did the same thing. Zizel met with her for 60 plus hours and talked to her family. Her chaplain talked to her friends and family. This is nuts, you guys. This is nuts. What are they doing?
Any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No.
Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety.
Like, the jury knows this case and this woman better than this guy does.
And as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had had throughout her life.
I'm going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir.
All right, next, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself or perhaps her mother caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw
The
him.
end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were
Right, she did hire a nanny. We know, because the nanny took the stand.
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes.
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years. We assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes. In the past, exercise was her.
Yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer the
The question called for yes or no answer.
Thank you, Judge.
And so, go ahead.
Judge, you guys, the judge has had it with frickin' frack. He has had it. He did the whole, the answer, the question called for a yes or no answer. I love this so much. I hate it. I hate it. But I love to watch a judge hold these motherfuckers, accountable. Finally. God.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir,
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The
the
question called for a yes or no answer.
Yep.
All right. And so
Sit
Go
your
ahead.
ass down, frick.
go ahead.
Sit down.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is a exercise
Oh my God, I'm out of drinks. What am I going to do?
aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
Wow.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
I think Reddington is winning it right here.
Do you recall that from the DA?
It's not
The
so.
term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got
but,
appointed or retained by the
Right.
DA?
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney?
I just want to, this is very funny that Bo Peep lost her sheep, but I think that Bo Peep lost her sheet. You know what I'm saying?
The prosecutors.
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025.
The lip smacking.
So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out
From?
from the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December
Wait.
2024.
Hold on.
Filed or something with the, indicated that you had to wait for motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Sidebar. They're whispering. Hold on. Did you hear that? We're really picking up the frickin' Frax mics today. One of them goes, go to sidebar.
24 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Hold on. She says, go to sidebar and then something.
Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Go to sidebar. Can you guys hear what she says? It sounds like something sick, but I can't read it. I can't hear it.
Filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
Go to sidebar. Christ, I can't hear it. Hold on. I got my noise cancellation on.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
tell what they're saying.
Sure.
One more time. Sorry. I know it's
Notice of
annoying.
lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection.
Go to sidebar. What the hell is she saying, you guys? We're in sidebar. This is wild. This is wild, y'all. He thinks he's being slick. Oh, is that?
Sir, that the notice is filed.
Oh my God. Is that really what you think he's saying, D Cools? Go to sidebar. He thinks he's being slick.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So, your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court.
He thinks he's being
that a
slick.
person like Lindsay
Sure,
is
that's what they
raising
said.
the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure.
The struggle, as Teal said, is that someone in the case? Yes, it was frickin' frack, the prosecution, because it started, the first thing that was said that was you could hear everything, said, asked to go to sidebar, basically.
Procedure here in Massachusetts in that regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Park, he's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
No, overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yes. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the letterhead basically says.
That, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay, do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a
background.
robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 22 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the
The
expectation.
answer, yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Halbrin?
I am referring to Dr. Halbert. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halbert, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What did you do? Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No,
Did you have separate cars?
we did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Frickin' fracker talking about something.
Yes,
Getting ready
I
to
Both
think
of you
that was-
together? Both of you together?
Yes,
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
yes,
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No,
No?
I have not talked to him about his
Have you
report.
talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does that
No.
mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Whoa.
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
no, I wasn't sure what day.
He said shipping. Did he say shipping up to Boston? Tell me he said shipping up to Boston, please.
And said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping
that-
up to Boston. Did you tell him?
no, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you
I think
review
he
his
did. I think
report?
he said shipping up
I
to
have
Boston.
reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV,
I wish I could play the song right
you
now.
indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes,
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
yes,
Pennsylvania,
yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
Says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to.
Are we about to have a
not be
Burgess
renewed.
moment?
Maryland?
Is this?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
Oh,
I actually renewed that recently.
oh, good for you. Great.
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
So he's
South
not
Carolina.
he's not licensed in Massachusetts, and he's let his license lapse in Delaware, Maryland, and somewhere else.
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut,
Same,
Virginia.
same.
So what does that mean that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
So you're not licensed in the
And,
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, is what you're saying, which is fine.
As far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes,
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is
It's
that in your
on-
resume?
Why did he submit this resume if it's not current?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the
Okay.
National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions,
Yes,
Pediatric Quality and Safety.
yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics.
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express
trust this
interest
guy.
in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes,
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
yes,
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but
Number 8 on
no, but what does it say in its entirety?
ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
It's
you have it
your
with you? I need to look
CV.
The Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was
It's your CV.
residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay, the focus nevertheless is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about
Okay.
patient safety and quality, yes.
Answer
How
is
does
yes.
he not know?
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, devil's lettuce, and other hallucinogen
The devil's
use.
lettuce.
Dealing with what?
Red
Pediatrics,
knows what he's
kids?
doing.
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
What is wrong with his
Right.
face?
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right,
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
right,
Killer adolescents, drugs, school, and the courts, right?
right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes, I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, in psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes,
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is
This
that
guy's
correct?
a think tank. He's
Well,
a think
it was
tank.
a committee or a task force.
Say
that I
yes or
co-led
no.
About
Okay.
the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a
That's
cognitive
important.
bias? Just curious.
So
Lip
when you think
smacking.
about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are
Excuse me, sir. I think you have a bias. I think you're the one that's biased. Ellie, no, yes, we are on the state's rebuttal, and this is their first expert witness. And Kevin Reddington is on cross right now, and he's just shredding him. And he's already brought the Dropkick Murphys into it. We're all shipping up to Boston. This guy isn't licensed anywhere near Massachusetts. He's a hack. The judge has already yelled at him. if you missed all of that, go back like 15, 20 minutes and watch it, because this guy, it's uncomfortable. I might have to use this for a cross roast, I'll be honest with you.
That are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with
I'm gonna skip through this if I can.
psychiatric classification and adolescent. One of your focuses on
the physician is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from having which is a significant cause of joint
chapters, right? Focusing your interest is on text.
So this is the whole point. This is the whole point of what Reddington is doing right now. He is trying to establish for the jury that this guy is focused mostly on adolescents, not on women who are suffering postpartum.
Treatment Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah, that was a chapter, not a book. But yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press?
The Devil's Lettuce.
You wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream
for
infections
dummies.
in children's hospital, focusing on that, right?
Wacky tobacco.
Where in
Devil's
here
lettuce.
does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
Get him, K-Red.
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident. And
how long ago was
going
that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
1983.
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so
25 years ago.
Right. And so since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's a generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown, I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been under designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so, yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in
Okay.
these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I would agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
In 25 years, 10 people.
When you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is
Oh, here we
actually a
go.
form of bipolar disorder.
What?
So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of
Did he just
bipolar
say
disorder
that?
treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilize the term unspecified.
I can't. This guy does not believe in postpartum psychosis. This is the problem here. Let's just go over it. I need to stop right here and make sure that we know what we're talking about, because this guy fucking doesn't. It's not simply, postpartum psychosis is not simply bipolar. The two are linked and there's some overlap, but to say a statement like that to the jury, this guy can fuck off. In psychiatric medicine, postpartum psychosis is generally considered a severe acute clinical presentation that most often occurs on the bipolar spectrum. So we have talked about the fact that Lindsay may have been bipolar. This guy is saying she wasn't bipolar. But we don't give a fuck what this guy says because he's wrong. Well, I don't give a fuck. You guys can give a fuck. I do not. So as the DSM-5 breaks it down, if we're going to use that as a reference, because that's what this guy's Bible is, research indicates that roughly 70 to 80% of women who experience postpartum psychosis have an underlying bipolar diathesis, bipolar 1, bipolar 2, or schizoaffective disorder. Diagnostic classification is in the DSM-5. Postpartum psychosis is not listed as an independent disorder. Instead, it is typically diagnosed as major depressive episode, which is what he's already said. She had a major depressive episode, manic episode, or a brief psychotic disorder with the specifier with peripartum onset. So that's postpartum psychosis. The first presentation phenomenon. So for many women, an episode of postpartum psychosis is the very first time their bipolar disorder manifests, often triggered by the drastic hormonal, immunological, and circadian shifts immediately following childbirth. There are very key differences and distinctions here, though, and it's about timing and trigger. So postpartum psychosis, abrupt onset, usually within the first 1 to 4 weeks after delivery, but could be longer. Bipolar can cycle or emerge at any point in life with or without reproductive triggers. The risk factors are that personal or family history of bipolar, previous PPP episode, or first-time pregnancy. And then for bipolar, genetic predisposition, neurochemical imbalances, family history of mood disorders. But there's a really big reason why this distinction matters between these two things. Recognizing postpartum psychosis as closely tied to bipolar disorder is critical for treatment, because standard antidepressant monotherapy can trigger or worsen mania and psychosis in bipolar illness. PPP is primarily treated with mood stabilizers such as lithium, atypical antipsychotics, and in severe or treatment refractory cases, electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT, which we've heard many times in this case. I cannot believe this guy just made this statement. Let's go back and listen to it. It just shocked the fuck out of me. Sorry.
Do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right.
Okay, hold on a second. Sorry.
Disorder treatment, bipolar disorder. And
involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022, 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered what is it, EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yes.
Was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Wow.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about?
How do you not know
Would
that?
be important
We
to
know that.
she was
I know
almost
that.
off
The jury
chart on
knows
the
that.
Edinburgh scale for postnatal
Look at his face.
depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well,
Very
postnatal
shocking.
depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
Yep.
I don't understand your question.
Oh my God.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I don't
happy
want to show
review
you
it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury.
An expert witness.
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer. She was fine. When did she see Tufts?
Wait, whoa, let's watch that one more
She
time.
started to see Dr. Tufts in 2020.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Obviously.
Can I finish?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022.
Did you see that? He looked over at the judge again, and the judge just stared him down like, don't look at me, look at him. That's what he said last time. You look at him. It's a yes or no question. And then also, sit down, frick. One more time. Watch the witness and watch the judge here.
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already
So
talked about
fucking
the summer.
awkward and so weird.
When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, she
You
went to
don't know.
Dr. Tufts
You
in
don't know.
September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication
Oh.
that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication or what was the purpose?
Medication,
Sertraline,
and otherwise known as,
Zoloft.
and she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
She's breastfeeding.
Time as my evaluation.
Hold on for a
Hold on a
second.
second. Hold on a second, Doc. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
That was nice of you, Red.
You want him to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications,
She's what?
avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me,
She told you that?
my awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And
Look at
for
Kevin.
example,
Look at Kevin.
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medication.
Yeah, tell us what you
there
mean,
are
buddy.
individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
You know, she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after
Like
she
Lindsay
had
even looks pissed. That's
one of her
crazy.
children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
Lifelong?
yes.
Okay, how about grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, you can't, go ahead, doctor, finish the question.
but when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question
Frigate's
is,
coughing.
You said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only her description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Oh,
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
oh my God. Oh my God.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications.
What are
She
you,
didn't
making this
necessarily
up?
specify in grammar school, but that is her
No
basic.
college.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my
Read
report?
the whole report. I don't care. 'Cause it's not there.
Mima, thanks for the 100 joules. And Christina, this poor woman is coughing a lot. Christina,
Well,
thank you
on
for
page
the.
8,
Hold on a second.
what I had written was,
Christina, thank you so much for the $10 tip. I really appreciate you. Thank you again for coverage. You are welcome. Today is blowing my mind. What are you making this up?
Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for
Generally,
medications
not lifelong.
entering her breast milk. So the general.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. He didn't. That would have been the answer to the question. She was reluctant to take the sertraline because she was worried about breastfeeding. He just went around for 20 minutes. I'm exaggerating. To say she has a lifelong history of resisting medication. And instead, because she wanted to try to tough it out, and so she thought she would exercise. What he actually wrote down in his report was she didn't want to take the sertraline because she was breastfeeding. What are we doing here? Is he making this up? It does seem like he is. This is crazy, right? Yeah, let's go back.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So
Not what you
So
said.
she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for
Thank you.
benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong.
It's what you
But,
said in your
my
report,
understanding
bro.
is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
All right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
He's not looking at his report
Is that right?
anymore.
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
He's
You
not
said
looking
in
at
your
the
report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In
I'm getting
the
there.
fall and December of
Gotta take a deep breath.
2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take medication was
Be right back,
accompanied
guys.
by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
No rule.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I
to.
know.
What?
Prove you wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD,
What does that stand for?
the International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, are you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States.
No.
use the
I'm
DSM.
asking about the
Nope.
other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough.
Thank you. That's easy, huh?
This
Try that
here
a
is what
little
you're
bit more
talking
often.
about, the DSM though, right? 5 TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into
Yes.
the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
Who
I'm
said
asking
that?
you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it
Who said that?
possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
Oh,
That
my.
was DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1
Oh
was in
my
1952,
God.
DSM-2 was in
Mansplainer.
1968, DSM-3 was in 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months,
Christ.
Is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it, but in the current time.
Okay.
Yeah, next question.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
I was about to get to that.
I'm sure you were. But
Yeah, I bet you were, but you were on your fucking dissertation over here.
Correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call
Dictionary.
it a cookbook.
No?
Dictionary.
Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to page 147 in sex
couldn't.
and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that,
Biz
sir?
Babs, I can't be a lawyer, I know.
Is that the
Yeah.
introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it, I'm
Okay, so
sure.
it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes.
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Wow.
Women may be more likely to
He
experience.
is so what he's decided his tactic now is to try to shred bread, and it's not going to work. You stupid thumb.
Rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question?
Yeah,
not sure I
yeah,
understand your
that's
question.
it. That's the
Answer it,
question.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can
you
just
are.
tell you about it.
All right.
You love the DSM.
Right
That's
there.
apparent.
Sex
You wrote your
and
fucking
gender-related diagnostic issues,
thesis,
right?
your dissertation on this
You
shit.
agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section? Yeah. The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders, right? Did I read that right? That's all right. Yeah, okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1.
I did. I called him a thumb.
or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than
Hi,
are
Dina,
men.
by the way.
Did I read that right? that they, meaning women apparently, have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population.
What's he looking
with
at?
bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood.
What did he just look at? Ooh, he hates him. He hates him. Look at that. Who's he looking at?
And much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this
Look
has
at
been
him.
associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbance.
Camera guy knows what's going on here. I love this.
When estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
All of it. All right.
Right, because
It does say that. Yeah.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with
This is
bipolar
fascinating.
disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy? What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin
Did he just roll
during
his eyes?
pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff. That's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
Frickin' fracker whispering again. Hold on.
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how
Something
about
about
the
the
World Health
index.
Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know.
How
I can
about
tell
the-
you that
how
the
about the-
proponents
Go
of
ahead.
postpartum psychosis, the illness, utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's international
If I
classification.
tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year.
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well,
Like,
the
you're-
distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM.
Here we go. Here we go. Dissertation.
All right. Mr. Reddington, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe,
This guy's a
heck of a lot different than we treat
fucking
women here, right?
infected thumb.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
Yes.
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
Yes.
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
Yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay.
Would you agree that the gender
Facts,
ratio
Tina,
for
facts.
bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
Yes.
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? there is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar II disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
It may be.
It
As
may
I
be
was,
because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong.
well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features and a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
Oh my God.
I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of
His
the elements
smile
of
is
the
making
proposal
me want to
is that
puke.
it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's postpartum psychosis.
What literature?
It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying real hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, Doctor. Go ahead.
I don't have anything more. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Would you agree with me,
It was
sir,
a spit
as it
take.
relates to this panel of people that you're talking
Just
about?
going to go on for another
These are the
half
people
hour.
that are trying to get postpartum
He's so good.
psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Yeah, right.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where
What are
for
called
both
those
bipolar disorder
specifiers?
and also for depressive
Ugh.
disorders. Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Okay,
I'd like
go
to-
ahead.
And that would be, you said you're going to find it. Just
Go find
it.
it. Just find it. Stop talking. Whoa, what happened? What happened? Why did it stop? The fuck? We're almost done here.
Manic talks about
Important information that it provides secretary part.
The fuck just happened? Why did it jump to the end? I don't appreciate that. Tubes of you.
One thing at a time.
I'd like to
And that
finish
would be,
speaking.
you said you're going to find it.
He,
Just find
even when the judge is like, you said you're going to find it. He's like, well, I just like to finish what I'm saying, sir, because I'm an expert on DSM. And if you hand it to me, I will show it to you. Hey, where'd it go? Nikki Swallow. Thank you for the $5 tip, darling. I appreciate you. Love watching live with you. I love that you're here and you're watching with us. I'm sorry I'm a little amped up today. This guy has really gotten under my skin. I think he's also gotten under the judge's skin, probably the jury's skin, probably everyone who's watching in the courtroom, everyone who is watching live, under Kevin Reddington's skin. And maybe, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know why he wants to argue with everybody. The judge is fucking pissed. Listen to the judge, bro. This is not your courtroom. You are not here to talk about your DSM and your pediatrics and the dissertation you did on the history of the DSM. That's not what, this isn't your platform, bro. Fucking testify and listen to the judge. How about that?
Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions.
He doesn't believe in postpartum anything. That's what I'm getting from this guy. This must be so hard.
So right here on page 173, read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay.
No, read it.
So this is the section.
You don't get to decide how you're going to testify. Reddington asked you to read it. The judge told you to find it. Read it. You don't get to describe it. If they want you to describe it, they'll ask you. What the fuck with this guy?
On page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset. Read it. Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. It's many paragraphs. Do you want me to read all of it? No, that's all right.
Many paragraphs. It's many paragraphs.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case,
who's
their
he
bipolar
looking
disorder,
at?
had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology.
Does he realize he's not giving a lecture to students? If he's going to look at anybody to explain it, he needs to be looking at the jury, not the full courtroom. This isn't a show, motherfucker.
And the course, by course, I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides
to talk about
basic
DSM.
information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Stick with the section that you just pointed out.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me in a nutshell?
Yes,
that
sir.
talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations.
Excuse me, sir.
present at any time in the current.
I'd like to talk about the DSM. Can I talk about the DSM real quick?
Disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
Oh, no, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum
Wow.
onset?
He's
Yes,
such a
that
little
was what I was
bitch.
referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all, the emphasis
Oh
on
my
the
God.
proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in biological psychiatry in the last
Hold
year.
on. We have
About
Jess
what?
Machado
Okay.
in the chat. Jess Machado, but we're not part of the Jess Machado network. Thanks for the $10 though. We're not giving you 20%. What do you want? 20% of D's nuts? I don't think so. Welcome.
Psychiatry covers a wide ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information
Why aren't you
about
in
this
court,
proposed
Jess?
disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar
Can I
disorder,
just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes. I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one
Okay, let's
paragraph. It
just
goes
stick
on
with-
to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next.
with
All right, counsel,
God,
let me
this
see.
friggin'
Counsel's
guy.
sidebar here, just
Yeah,
very-
wrap this shit up with your fucking
scheduling.
dissertation. God, this guy just wants to go off on what he studied like 25 years ago. He thinks this is like a classroom that he's got to give a lecture. God, what a stinky thumb. You wouldn't use all those words. You just use the entire dictionary for the last like 3 hours, bro. Oh my God. Okay, let's skip through this. I'm assuming the judge is going to call it for the day because this guy has exhausted all of us. Like, Jesus. I don't even know where we, I don't even know like where we, I don't, when did we start talking about the DSM?
We're going to break at this point. All right.
Christ.
So
Thanks,
you
Judge.
know what I'm going to tell you. All right. You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've gotten more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right. Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this.
Hold on.
Arriving
What
at
did he
those
say?
down.
I missed it. Sorry. Hold on.
We're going to break at this point. All right. So you know what I'm going to tell you. All right. You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've gotten more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right. Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just really guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out and we'll continue with the evidence. All right. And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule. All right. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in case you're wondering, we are definitely well on schedule, much because of your work on this. So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining, get outside a little bit. So again, thank you for all your time and dedication on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay?
All right.
Christ. Let's see if anything happens after the jury leaves. I'm going to assume no.
Doctor, you may sit down.
Oh, am I excused, sir?
You talk to the DA's
Oh,
office.
am I excused, sir?
Okay. All right.
God, I can't stand that guy.
Counsel, anything else we need to address
Fucking big
before
hack.
Monday?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, and so the plan would be, we'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to
Jesus.
thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Damn. Catherine Cook, thank you so much for the $10 tip. Thank you for suffering through Dr. Mack with us today, Mel. You're welcome. I appreciate you. This was just like, yeah, seriously, stop flirting with me, Jess. This was nuts, in my opinion. There are about 500 of you watching right now, and I would love to know everyone's takes, although I'm assuming the majority of you are from Twitter. But if you're here and you're in YouTube, How are we doing? Are you guys okay? That was just very traumatic in a different way. I feel like I've been mansplained to for the past 3 hours with a lisp and sucking at the teeth and upspeak and all the things that make me cringe. So, yeah, this guy made Judd Welcher look like he deserved his PhD. Yeah, I agree. Wow, that was rough. That was rough. Okay, as you know, Rebecca mentioned that we might be coming back at some point this weekend for some kind of a members only hot goss sesh. We don't have a schedule for that yet because I'm waiting to figure out what's happening with my regionals this weekend. It's currently raining, and I'm supposed to play tomorrow at 2:30. So if it keeps raining, are you leaving? Okay, hold on. I'm just getting out of here real quick. Oh, you're going to take a nap? Yeah. Okay, 11. Okay. Jess Machado was just in here flirting with me. Really? Okay. Sometime this weekend, we may be able to do a members only hot goss kind of thing. But I won't know until tomorrow. And so just be on the lookout. I know the notifications don't always work for everybody. But click the button anyway, so you'll get a notification if it does work for you. I'm not sure why it's not working. And I expect, I don't know what's going to happen. So tomorrow, like I said, if it rains tomorrow, we're going to have to push the regionals. So then we may have to do it on Sunday. If we get pushed, we'll probably do it tomorrow. I will keep you abreast. I cannot say that word without giggling because I'm a 12-year-old boy sometimes. Thank you guys so much for being here and sitting through this with me. That guy was insufferable. Insufferable. Oh, Callie girl, thanks for letting me know you're out there in the YouTubes listening. Sometimes it seems like most of our listeners these days come from Twitter. We do have quite a few. I mean, like I said, we are, I think, 15 away right now from 11,000 subscribers. 11,000. So if your friends and family want to know about the Lindsay Clancy case, but don't want to be traumatized, please send them my way. These are our trauma-free recaps. We do not talk about what happened, like the horrific incidences with the kids. So send them over here, ask them to subscribe, share the content, like the video, do all the things, help us out, suffer and succotash. Mac is telling us everything while he thinks he's being so smart. Absolutely, Casey. Pammer says, not on the twit-twat, as Baker would say. We love our Baker. We love our Baker. We're glad he's home and feeling better. Yeah. All right. My brain is mush. My tongue feels like it weighs about 20 pounds. Oh, Dina. I never talk. I always watch. I'm blind as fuck, so chatting is work. Well, I appreciate you making the effort today, Dina. It really makes me happy. Thank you for being here. Were you at Dino, you were at the, was that you in the press scrum I saw asking Kevin Reddington questions yesterday? I think closing is going to be on Tuesday or Wednesday, Jelly Tots. I think this judge sounds like he's probably, I think the prosecutors will wrap their rebuttal case on Monday. He will probably do the charge conference Tuesday or maybe Monday. And then I think he's going to say Tuesday or Wednesday for, oh, you're not that Dina. Sorry. I thought you were that Dina. And so I would say Tuesday or Wednesday for closing arguments. And I will be covering it as close to real time as I can. Rebecca just said, buy yourself something nice with those $10 that Jess Machado tipped you. Thanks, Jess Machado. Jess Machado has a cloner for me, I think. All right. On that note, wish me luck this weekend if I get to play. And be on the lookout for a members only hot goss stream. And until then, I will see you over the weekend or maybe Monday. take care of yourselves. Love each other. Give each other hugs. Take care of your kids. Tell them you love them. Go out and touch some grass. Go out and jump in some puddles. Do something to make yourself feel better after all this shit. Love you all so much. Bye.
You hear it first in the break in the story. One little crack and the whole thing gets wary. A witness swears but the timeline bends. A smile too smooth and the trail just ends. Mel Barrett says, hold up, look again. Rebecca Lavoie follows every thread. If it feels too neat, then it's not the truth. There's a shadow